네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 금융위원회가 주최하고 한국 핀테크 지원센터가 주관하는 대한민국 대표 핀테크 박람회 코리아 핀테크 위크 2022에 함께해 주신 여러분 모두를 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 사회를 맡게 된 김경미 아나운서라고 합니다. 대단히 반갑습니다. 행사장이 정말
Yes, we are indeed filled with many distinguished guests today, so we could really feel the heat today. Thank you very much for joining us despite your very busy schedules to congratulate Korea Fintech Week 2022. Thank you very much for joining us, and thank you also our participants joining us virtually. I would like to welcome you all. Yes. We can feel the cool autumn breeze in the morning and also in the evening. So the wind of fintech is also blowing in the financial sector, bringing innovation. And I'm sure that you've all experienced fintech services which have become deeply involved with our daily lives. Commemorating our 4th anniversary, Korea Fintech Week 2022, under the theme Fintech Beyond Borders of Finance, we present innovative technologies and services driving the fintech industry. You will experience not only the fintech of today from your daily lives, but also the fintech services of tomorrow here at Korea Fintech Week 2022. And I look forward to your continued support in bringing this 4-day fair to a great success. Now, I have an immense honor to introduce to you our distinguished guests who are joining us to congratulate today's event. As I call on their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First of all, Chairman Kim Joo-hyun of the Financial Services Commission. Thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Yoon Chang-hyun, member of the National Assembly. It's a pleasure to see you.
글로벌 핀테크 리더 of KPMG. 네, KPMG 3점 글로벌 핀테크 리더 안톤.
We have also Pyongyang Won, who is the chairman of Fintech Center Korea.
네, 감사합니다. 금융감독원 이명순 수석 부원장님께서
And we have Lee Myung-soon, who is the first senior deputy governor of Financial Services Commission. And we have Chairman Kim Kwang-soo of Korea Confederation of Banks. Thank you so much. And last but not least, we have Chairman Lee Gun-ju of the Korea Fintech Industry Association, or KOFREN. We also have many other distinguished guests joining us and honoring today's occasion with their presence. I would like to apologize for not being able to introduce all of them. Thank you so much for your participation again. Then, without further ado, let us begin the opening ceremony of Korea Fintech Week 2022 with a video. we will go beyond the limitations of the existing finance, and you are now joining us at the Korea Fintech Week 2002 and for its opening ceremony. Now, we would like to entertain remarks, actually performance, for this opening, joined by our distinguished guests. I would like to ask our distinguished guests sitting in the front row to come up to the stage.
네, 코리아 핀테크 위크 2022
Yes, you're now joining us for the Korea Fintech Week 2022, going beyond the borders of finance. Now, please place yourselves up on the stage and please face the audience. And please also stare at the camera for the photo. Yes, we are joined by distinguished guests who are working for the fintech industries. Please face me. And please place your right hand on the icon. And also please look at the cameras for the photo. And touch the screen and then look at the camera for a much more wonderful photo. So please now put your hand down. And the opening performance will be very simple. So we are going to celebrate the success of the FinTech Week, and the theme for this year is Beyond Boundaries of FinTech. So I'm going to say boundaries of FinTech, and you're going to say beyond. And I'd like to ask our distinguished guests to touch the screen. So please look at me, and if I say boundaries of fintech, please reply by saying beyond. And our distinguished guests, please touch the icon with your right hand.
your hands on the icon in the screen. Okay? 자, 여러분 준비되셨습니까?
So are you ready? Let's shout out together. Borders of fintech, going beyond.
네, 여러분 큰 박수를 부탁드립니다.
Yes, please give a big hand. Once again, I would like to ask our guests to face the front. Yes, these people are working very hard to promote the fintech industry. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now, please take your seats as our staff guide you. Now we're going to have the opening remarks by the chairman. Yes, we have now officially opened the Korea Fintech Week 2022, which shares the latest trends of the fintech industry. We look forward to your continued support. Now I'd like to invite up on stage Chairman Kim Joo-hyun of SSC for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Distinguished guests, I am Chairman Kim Joo-hyun of the Financial Services Commission.
대한민국 핀테크의 현재와
This event is being held to explore the today and tomorrow of Korea's fintech sector and to communicate with the global fintech market. Welcome to Korea Fintech Week 2022. I would like to offer my sincere gratitude to Chairman, Member of the National Assembly, Mr. Yoon Chang-hyun, and Mr. Anton Rudenklau, Global Fintech Leader at KPMG, and Mr. Bill Winters, CEO of SC, who sent us a congratulatory video message, as well as Chairman Baek Kye-ryun of the National Policy Committee, and those from relevant institutions and international organizations who are visiting from afar. All distinguished guests from home and abroad who are showing their interest and support for the Korean fintech industry have come here despite their busy schedules. Thank you so much. Now, Korea's fintech industry has undergone a significant change in terms of the number of companies and number of employees. The expansion of digital and untapped trend due to COVID-19 has powered fintech, asset management, insurtech, and simple payment and remittances have undergone many changes, and now fintech is no longer a convenience but has become an indispensable asset to our daily lives. But we see something different in the statistics. If you look at the P&L and the number of unicorns, we can tell that the fintech sector might not be so sound as we think. If we look at the fintech industry today, we see platform-based fintech companies entering into a fierce level of competition.
한 플랫폼과 IT 역량을
There are big techs with strong platform and IT technologies and financial companies that are becoming digitalized, and hence this is spurring competition. And with unstable economic circumstances, fintech companies are facing difficulties in raising investment. So there is a concern that even with innovative ideas, we might not be able to commercialize them. And there are opinions that regulations are hindering these innovative ideas from being realized. Cloud, network separations, and other strict regulations are now being considered as being irrational measures that goes counter to the future of fintech. The growth and innovation of the fintech sector has been supported by various policies to date. The government adopted financial regulatory sandbox scheme through which 224 cases of innovative financial services have been designated to date. Also, to help small and medium-sized fintech companies to validate the feasibility of their ideas, we adopted the D-Testbed business project in order to provide data infrastructure. And for the first time in the world, the API-based My Data business was introduced to build an infrastructure that allowed mobile financial assistance service. And during the pandemic, we enabled workers to maintain continuity of their work even while working at home by granting exceptions to network separation under the premise that a data leak prevention system would be in place. And 33 million subscribers were able to enjoy a one-stop service in the financial sector through open banking. However, the circumstances are changing fast. Therefore, the government also would have to react swiftly. We hope that Korea FinTech Week will revive the so-called FinTech DNA. First, we will exert our utmost efforts into providing relevant policies to fintech companies, especially to startups and SMEs, so that they can easily make use of the financial regulatory sandbox scheme. And for companies that lack financial or infrastructure or resource limitation, we will introduce a supervisor idea who, with their expertise in legal areas and so on, would support these companies. I would like to ask all fintech startups to make use of this regulatory sandbox scheme. And we will also make sure that the policy financing from policy financing institutions will be reinforced. And while expanding investment, we will take a look at the existing policies and guarantees and loans to make necessary complements. And we would also enhance the flexibility of regulations so that the fintech market can gain more trust from its investors. A data library was created to reuse data, and it will be introduced going forward, and an AI testbed will be introduced going forward as well. And we will also increase the use of cloud. And with regards to network separation, we will apply exceptions to those are not related to financial transactions or those who does not deal with the private information of customers. And through a pilot project, we will introduce small licenses. Furthermore, we will conduct a overall digital transformation in the sector. And we will also ease various other regulations so that the policy can accept and reflect the voices of the market players. So in the process of pursuing these policies, we will listen to the voices of the industry. We will listen to your difficulties and continue our efforts to find solutions so that we will create a policy environment in which there will be a virtuous cycle that spurs innovation in finance. With Korea Fintech Week, the very fact that we have gathered here in one place shows us that we are already halfway towards achieving innovation. If we can spread this globally and introduce best practices around the world to Korea, we will be able to achieve these innovations. For the next 3 days, I hope that we will be able to discuss the global fintech industry and the future direction that we should go forward to. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. Chairman Kim, thank you for your wonderful remarks. For the advancement of the industry, you said you will implement various policies and that you will listen to the voices of people in the industry. Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to congratulatory remarks. We will hear from Mr. Yoon Chang-hyun, member of the National Assembly.
먹어도 되나요? 예, 예. 네, 안녕하십니까?
Hello. My name is Yoon Chang-hyun. I'm a member of the National Assembly. I'm from the People's Power Party. Thank you so much for inviting me to Korea Fintech Week 2022. Congratulations on holding this event. I'd like to thank Chairman Kim as well as others who have made this event possible. And thank you, distinguished guests, for coming here. Before I became the member of the National Assembly, I've worked at a university for a long time as a professor, and I gave lectures in finance and financial engineering, and topics of that sort were discussed back in the days to spur innovation. But now that's gone, and fintech has come into place, and big tech, and crypto asset, and digitalization. And it really surprises me to see many new agendas coming into place to spur innovation, and those agendas leading into new agendas. So that makes me look forward to seeing new agendas that will come out in the future. And this wonderful agenda of fintech has shown many developments and growth, but we still have a long way to go. Now, the topic of today's event is fintech tearing down barriers in finance. Now, the word tearing down made me think, what are we going to tear down? Barriers? What does that mean? It means that we will tear down the regulations and make new regulations that fits the existing agenda. But the financial sector is very defensive and conservative. I believe that the barriers might not be torn down very easily. And rather than introducing something new, people tend to remain complacent in what is given to them. So when those two opposing ideas clash, we will see some problems, which means that it requires a lot of concerted effort on the part of the industry. Now, the so-called 3G that Korean government is pursuing shows that fintech is really crucial for the future of finance. Through regulatory easing, in the process of tearing down barriers, I'm sure the National Assembly has a role to play. I'm a chair of the Digital Service Special Committee, and we actually created another special committee related to this task. And so regulatory innovation is one of my main tasks at the National Assembly. We will make efforts to tear down the old and accept the new going forward so as to properly accept new things and for fintech to stably take root in Korea and to become solidified globally. So looking at the booths installed here today, I can really feel your enthusiasm about fintech, and I hope that this enthusiasm will lead to the advancement of fintech industry going forward. I hope that you will be able to find the opportunity to take that leap forward during the Korea FinTech Week 2022. Thank you very much. Mr. Yoon Chang-hyun, thank you for the heartwarming message. You talked about regulatory easing and about tearing down barriers in finance so as to adopt new ideas. Thank you very much.
이제
Now we have our special guest who is not here with us but has sent a video congratulatory message. Now we will listen to Chairman Baek Karen of the National Policy Committee. Hello, I am Chairman Baek Karen of National Policy Committee. Thank you for organizing such a meaningful event, Chairman Kim Ju-yeon of FSC and his team. I'm also honored by the presence of Honorable Yoon Chang-hyun, member of the National Assembly, as well as Myung-sun, first Senior Deputy Governor of FSC, and Chairman Kim Kwang-soo of Korea Federation of Banks, Chairman Lee Keum-ju of Cofrin, as well as Mr. Anton Rudenklau, Global FinTech Leader for KPMG International, for his keynote speech. And thank you very much all the business leaders who are driving the FinTech and financial industry of Korea. The huge trend in the fourth industrial revolution, represented by big data and platform economy and AI, is fundamentally changing the power of economic activities. And in the financial sector, fintech innovation is indeed triggering opening and competition in the existing financial sector, resulting in fundamental changes where more people can enjoy financial benefits. However, if we look at the ranking of fintech industry development in major countries, Korea ranked 26th after ranking 18th in 2020, which is 8 notches down. As of the end of 2021, there was only one Korean company out of 94 fintech unicorns around the world. And there is an analysis that the number of fintech workers in Korea is only equivalent to those of just one global fintech company. However, Korea's advanced IT infrastructure and consumer propensity to quickly embrace the new are very favorable conditions for innovative fintech companies to thrive. From the perspective of financial consumers, considering the very high digital acceptance, such as the unrivaled smartphone penetration rate and the rapidly increasing demand for fintech by age group, the takeoff of Korean fintechs is not a faraway question. When talking about innovation and growth in the fintech industry, supplementary or complementary measures should be actively sought to strengthen financial stability and user protection. If the profitability of existing financial institutions decreases due to spread of fintech, there could be risk-seeking behaviors to compensate for the losses, which will negatively affect the financial stability. Not only that, there is a risk of financial system failure due to cyber attacks or communication failures, and lack of technology or negligence in management can cause danger. Financial innovation in the digital age is not an option, but a necessity. However, for the development and innovation of the financial industry, market security, safety, and consumer protection must be supported, and sustainable innovation will be possible on that very basis. A global fintech fair, Korea Fintech Week, has also been a venue for investment attraction and recruitment and promotion of fintech company services. This year will be an opportunity to scale up and reproduce innovation and growth, especially in the fintech industry. I hope it will be a valuable time to draw a blueprint for the future of global fintech and the financial industry. Congratulations once again on the hosting of Korea Fintech Week 2022, and I hope to Korea's financial industry to lead a major shift in economic activities through constant innovation. Thank you very much. Yes, please give a big hand. That was Chairman Baek Kye-ryun of the National Policy Committee, and her congratulations. Yes, so financial innovation is not an option, but a necessity in the digital era. She shared about the importance of the fintech industry. And we also have congratulatory videotory messages, and please have a look at Bill Winters, SC CEO's remarks.
Korea Fintech Week. Begun in 2019, I believe this year is the fourth Fintech Week. I know this has provided outstanding opportunities for networking and information sharing between participants in the digital economy in Korea. As I recall back to the third Korea Fintech Week back in 2021, we had 250,000 visitors, 178 fintech firms. And I believe that something like 29 out of 178 of the firms received more than $100 million of investments. And you had 170 people from 54 markets participating, a real success. I know the theme this year will be FinTech tearing down the barriers in finance, which will involve both online and offline events. I've been very, very impressed by what I've seen in Korea in and around the FinTech Week and more broadly. And yet Standard Chartered believes fundamentally in innovation and in the digital economy, and have been very involved both in Korea and outside. And we've been involved in many ways. So of course, we do some of our basic research and development here in Korea and in Seoul, which we export to the rest of the group. But we've also been very active in the Korean marketplace itself, having invested in very important ventures like Tossbank, where we were an equity owner and an active participant in the building up of that operation. And we'll continue to look for ways that we can both deploy our cutting-edge digital skills into Korea and also how we can take the outstanding technical competence that we're able to develop in Korea and share that with the rest of our group. Of course, along the way, FinTech Week is a great opportunity for us to interact with our peers, with our partners, and to learn and hopefully to share some things as well. And I wish all of you a wonderful FinTech Week yourselves.
네, 역시
Yes, please give a big hand. Yes, CEO Winters shared his commitment to seek ways to share and develop advanced digital technologies with Korea. That was a very meaningful message coming from afar. Not only that, many international organizations, overseas governments, and international financial institutions have sent in their congratulatory videos for Korea Fintech Week 2022. They will all be available on our event's website for you to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, you're now joining us for the Korea Fintech Week 2022 opening ceremony. Next is a keynote speech. It will be given by Mr. Anton Rudenklau, Global Fintech Leader for KPMG International. And that will be the title. The title will be Fintech of Everything, Opening Up Financial Services. So let us now listen to the keynote speech. I would like to invite the keynote speaker up on stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning. Kia ora. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guest, Mr. Kim, thank you very much for hosting me in Seoul at your National Fintech Week. It's a huge pleasure to be here in such a hotbed of entrepreneurship, technological advancement, and particularly for me to learn more about North Asia and to see the future being created right here by Korean entrepreneurs, both inside and outside traditional financial services. A huge privilege, so thank you. My name's Anton Rudenclaw. I lead our global financial services innovation. Within that, we have a very large fintech business across 50 markets. I also lead our financial services practice in Southeast Asia, based in Singapore. I recently moved from the UK to Singapore because I believe that the move to the platform economy is being led here in Asia, and I want to be part of it. But I also believe that the so-called digital transformation of financial services has not yet begun. Why? I believe over the last 10 years, we've seen a successful digitization of paper, primarily into data and into cloud. We've seen a move from physical to digital channels, and we've seen the standing up of useful capabilities for our future change. Connectivity. Capabilities such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, digital assets and crypto, blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, the rise of API as a product, and the various many techs, wealth tech, shore tech, carbon tech, etc., are all at the start of their growth trajectories. Yet, our scaled business and operating models in financial services resolutely remain unchanged, with scaled challenges not yet upending the legacy ecosystems we serve. Fintech has been very successful in its growth from its beginnings in the early millennium and has really taken hold in the last decade after the financial crisis, with compound annual growth of 15% per annum inward investment. While we're not yet at a Google-type scale moment, the industry has produced a handful of decacorn firms, decacorn rather than unicorn. And these are large enough to deliver scale change to the industry, primarily in the payments domain to date. I think we are all aware of the challenges right now with funding and valuations for the fintech and tech startup sector. We reached peak fintech investment in 2021 with circa 230 billion globally inward investment in the sector, according to our research at KPMG's Global Pulse of Fintech. Q2 in 2022 has seen a major correction on both fronts, taking the industry back to 2019-2020 levels, which are still good levels, by the way. But 15% straight line growth from 2012 to 2022 is a success by any measure. Fintech firms will now need to demonstrate their structural profitability to remain a desirable investment and provide much more clarity around their path to profitability. If I was a large bank, I'm sure there's some in the room right now, I'd be instructing my M&A team to scan for low-valued fintech to purchase right now. After all, high interest rates are creating cash war chests for you. This is a perfect storm for CVC or principal investments within a bank to purchase fintech. However, where we have been is not the real story. The real story today is where we as a community are heading. Our assessment at KPMG for investors, regulators, governments around the world has identified 4 waves of financial services innovation, building on the last 10 years of connectivity, the reduction in paper exercise we've seen to date. These are platforms, marketplaces and exchanges, the rise of multi-sided business models, AI-enabled advice and complex brokerage, the move away from human to digital forms of predictive analysis and advice across all financial services sectors. embedded finance, the redistribution of financial products and services through real economy rails, capability as a service, the redistribution of functional capabilities and manufacturing. Taken as a whole, we estimate the compound annual growth of fintech or financial technologies over the next 10 years to be at least double that of what we've seen in the last 10 years. So at about 30% per annum growth. In other words, the change is going to get bigger and faster in the next 10 years. To reiterate, this is double what we have seen today. We've also assessed the gross value-added impact on our economies and believe that the multiplier effect from fintech development delivers an adjacent impact that is far greater than the inward investment into fintech alone. In other words, for every $40 invested in fintech, $60 of gross value added is realised through the halo effect. So, if we remove our fixation with short-term quarterly market analysis on fintech, we believe the true long-term thesis that investors and founders with acuity need to target are many. So where will this growth come from? The answer is the real economy, the very reason financial services exists. Those four waves I mentioned are key, so let's discuss the latter two in more detail. First off, embedded finance. Increasingly, real economy corporates are seeking to extend and embed their financial services into their overall services to enable a seamless user experience, access new sources of revenue, such as payments, consumer and business lending, and insurance. The trend for embedded finance is expected to continue, delivering exponential growth. The global embedded finance market is estimated to be worth roughly $720 billion, maybe more, US dollars by 2030, growing from an estimated $22 billion in 2020. Global demand for embedded finance represents a significant domestic and export opportunity for fintech. This is a reason why at KPMG we have launched the Asia Embedded Finance Hub recently. We see an initial opportunity for at least 150 real economy corporates in Asia to enter, manufacture, and distribute their own financial services product across their supply chains, wallets, distribution, employee services, and to own their own data as a service model and feeds of data. This is incremental to the 30 to 50 multinationals we estimate are already pursuing this strategy within Asia. This is a key feeder to the gross value-added multiplier that I mentioned earlier on. Beyond corporates, we see the rise of embedded finance service with platform and infrastructure as a service opportunities between financial institutions. So-called banking as a service for Tier 2, Tier 3 financial institutions will support transformation for smaller FIs while creating federated utility services that allow scale benefits to be democratized to firms traditionally too small to compete at scale. Which leads me to the other big opportunity, capability as a service. Risk-taking balance sheet segments of the value chain have been the hardest to disrupt as a result of relatively high barriers to entry, including regulatory permissions, capital and brand trust. However, as customer expectations, technology, and the competitive landscape evolves, incumbent financial institutions will need to evolve with it. This is anticipated to create growth of capability as a service fintech business models, focusing on enabling improved service delivery at a much lower structural cost to serve. Aside from the improved distribution of capital and liquidity, other functional capabilities such as KYC, AML, credit scoring, trade processing, fund services, and even audit and compliant technologies will be offered up by either tech-savvy incumbents or by other players, predominantly through software as a service models. A study by the FCA in the UK shows that digital banks' technology costs are circa 60% lower than traditional banks. This aligns to our own research that sees a requirement for incumbent legacy firms, banks, insurers, asset managers, to lower their cost-income ratios by half, as traditionally vertically integrated business models erode, horizontal scale benefits and speed become a table stake, and financial institutions move to become cloud native. Similar to incumbent financial institutions, financial market infrastructure will also need to transform to underpin new real-time, resilient, and data-rich services for our markets. We see capital markets, payments, and central banks beginning on this journey, which leads me to the beginning of my thesis on opening up. It is what is outside financial services, the real economy, that will drive much of our future need for investment, transformation, and reforming of our business models. From speaking to investors in the industry, we see the following opportunities: climate and carbon. We believe that this will have a more profound impact system-wide than the last 10 years of digitization. McKinsey's estimate that to achieve net zero targets here in Asia, 9% of our GDP must be invested annually for the next 7 years. We are only at less than 1% of GDP, and the only conceivable approach for our financial system to be successful in this regard is the development of much more networked and unified partnerships to address the issue across all sectors, particularly the largest emitters: energy, agribusiness, and transport and logistics. Public-private partnerships, joint ventures, utilities, federated data systems, and other mechanisms are implicit in this change, and fintech, green or otherwise, should be front and centre for this opportunity. Innovatively gathering data signals and connecting the real economy sectors to financial services and transforming that data into decisions is a huge set of use cases for fintech to tackle right now. This segment of fintech will likely grow at double the rest of the sector on average for the next 7 years, but currently only represents less than 1% of fintech investment globally. So a huge opportunity for us to support this here in Asia. Next is digital assets. There is no doubt that cryptographic and DLT technologies are our future. There is no doubt that all physical and financial assets in the world can and should be ascribed digital identities, which will fuel an immense improvement in the allocation of capital, liquidity, and risk management, risk transfer. But this is a 10 to 15-year journey that requires FMI, regulatory frameworks, system safeguards, and converged standards to become mainstream. It's not just about the technology or the coding. Savvy investors in this domain are already supporting governance, risk and compliance, digital identity, crypto infrastructure, and institutional firms now to establish a safe and trusted platform for the future. Finally, supply chain technology has also received increased attention due to the global pandemic and supply chain complications brought about by COVID. This renewed focus from investors, governments, and participants alike will see much more innovation around the integration of physical supply chains, from product through to reuse, what we call the entire circular economy, transport and logistics and warehousing, climate and carbon impacts, and provenance, all back into financial services. And again, as with climate, carbon, and digital assets, the biggest opportunity here is connecting real economy use cases back into financial services through new business models. Given that Asia hosts 2/3 of the world's supply chain flows, our immediacy to solving integration issues and standardizing a hugely federated industry is immense. To summarize, the acceleration of the innovation of financial services is only about to begin in earnest, The digitization of the incumbent industry front to back is hugely appealing for fintech. But the much bigger prize is now to tackle our real economy digitization through the lenses of carbon, climate, digital assets, physical supply chains and other ecosystems, and bring this back into a revitalized, much more networked set of financial services for the future. So I'd like to end up by saying thank you to the Financial Services Commission for hosting me, to the chairman, Mr. Kim, and to the FSC for driving the innovation agenda to date here in Korea. It really is impressive what you're doing. With my regulator in Singapore, the MAS, I think there's a little bit of competition there. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and I really look forward to exploring the future with you here in Korea. Thank you.
네, thank you very much for your presentation. 기조 연설 함께 하셨습니다. KPM
That was the keynote address. Mr. Anton Rudenklau talked about challenges brought about by digitalization and new financial services. And he delivered some expectations with regards to the new path that fintech can take, especially through Korea Fintech 2022. Now, Korea Fintech 2022 takes a look at the current state of fintech industry today and makes prospects for the future. It seeks to tear down the barriers in finance and create a new path. Thank you so much for everyone for taking part in the opening ceremony. It's almost time for us to conclude. And this exhibition is held both online and offline, so you're able to see the exhibition at the hotel here, as well as the exhibition webpage. For the next 3 days, you'll be able to not only enjoy the exhibition, but also various seminars, fintech experiences, and network, and so on. And you will be able to take a look at the exhibitions without being constrained by time and space, because we do have a metaverse virtual space available. We ask for your support and interest. Now, once again, thank you so much for coming, and that concludes the opening ceremony for Korea Fintech Week 2022. Thank you for your attendance.
네, 자 이제 바로 시작을 하겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will get started. This program is being live streamed online. Thank you so much for joining us for hearing about Fintech Policy 2022. Allow me to introduce myself once again. My name is Kim Kyung-mi. I am the MC for this program. Now, hearing about Fintech Policy 22 has been prepared to collect opinions from the industry as well as to share the of the policy in year 2022. So we have experts from policy supervisory support and investment fields with regards to fintech who will address your questions. We will have a Q&A session right after we listen to the presentation. I know that many of you have looked forward to this program. And we have a distinguished speaker who prepared a presentation for the advancement of fintech industry. Thank you very much. And I also appreciate our participants both online and offline. Now let's begin hearing about Fintech Policy 2022. Now let's first hear a presentation about Digital Finance Innovation Policy. Mr. Park Ju-young, Manager of Financial Innovation Division at FSC, will talk about the future of digital finance innovation.
따뜻한 박수로
Please welcome Chief Lee Dong-yup with a big hand. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee Dong-yup, Financial Innovation Division Chief at FSC.
PPT가 네, 잠시만 기다려 주십시오.
First of all, we have just kicked off the 3-day Korea Fintech Week 2022. And as our first session, we are holding the hearing about Fintech Policy 2022. So from today's afternoon until tomorrow's morning, we're going to have seminars. And there will be a networking and meetups for attracting investments. And I believe that today's session will serve as the basis for other discussions to follow as we will focus on the fintech policy. So my presentation today will cover first about the changing environment of finance in the digital era. I'm also going to share with you briefly the progress to date by the government. Last but not least, I will share with you our future plans for this year as well as next year and beyond.
우선
First of all, finance in the digital era. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, the biggest change in the environment was based on data and also acceleration of digital transformation. And I'm sure that all our participants joining us today on site are fully aware of such changes. So I'm going to be very, very brief on this slide. So there is the regularization of the fourth industrial revolution era and acceleration of digital transformation I just talked about. So these are some of the changes that are brought about these days. So if you look at the impact of these changes, you can see that because of this data-based digitalization, the forms of services being delivered are also changing. So in this rapidly changing environment, there is an increasing use of online platforms, and also there is a growing service in terms of total service. Now let me share with you some of the initiatives taken by the government to date. It's been about 10 years since we first introduced the concept of fintech. And if you look at its chronology, there is the beginning phase, the formative period, the growth period, as well as scale-up and advancement period. Lots of things have been done over the years, and people involved with the fintech sector may find the changes a bit slow, or relatively slow, but I believe that all of these milestones are very important. And if you look at the scale-up and advancement period, recently we adopted financial regulatory sandbox, implemented My Data, and we also implemented open banking. So I'm going to elaborate more on the initiatives led by the government in this period. First is regarding the implementation of the regulatory sandbox. I believe that it is a very effective mechanism or policy. When we are uncertain about the violation of regulations, we can temporarily apply regulatory sandbox. And from the policymaker's perspective, we can actually test the effectiveness of the policy in advance. And as for the businesses, they can also test their services and products in advance. So it was very effective, and I believe that we have to make better use of this regulatory sandbox going forward. Now, let me share with you some achievements made. We have up until now designated 224 cases of innovative financial services, and 138 services were launched in the market. And I'd like to give you some major examples. So there is the decimal unit investment service for overseas stocks, which was recently launched, and also online loan comparison and recruitment platform. And of course, it's not a real market, a real product, but there are also a lot of test services that are being tested. For example, when we recruit for insurance, we can make better use of mobile. So lots of innovative attempts are being made, and that is thanks to the regulatory sandbox. Second, I would like to talk about the My Data industry. So it is to actually provide tailored services to consumers by collecting credit information scattered across each institutions. So after the launch of the My Data industry mechanism or policy, I'm sure that you've had an experience personally. For example, you may have a bank account in different banks, and also you may use different credit cards, but you can have access to all of this information through one-stop service. So the goal is to provide tailored services to customers, and the basis for that was the My Data industry. If you look at the subscribers for My Data, it reaches 45 million, and the number of users per day is about 500 million. So this is to provide tailored service through big data, and it is also to tear down the barrier for the financial services, so make the entry barrier lower for financial services, and also we can allow the management of information through safe institutions. Now I'd like to talk about the untapped telecommunicating work environment that the government has established. So during the COVID-19 pandemic, we worked to create an environment and come up with regulatory system to allow everyone to ensure work continuity. For example, we made network separation an exception when telecommuting due to pandemic, and also apply security measures like virtual private network. So we tried very hard to deregulate some measures during the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, I would like to talk about open banking. With the implementation of open banking, I'm sure that you've benefited from the service. So this is to allow consumers to use only one single application to gain access to account information and card information of various banks or make payment and remittances. So as for fintech companies, they don't have to make individual partnerships. They can have access to all financial institutions, so they can actually save money. And financial consumers can use one-stop service, so that adds convenience. As for myself, I use my data and open banking service as well. And in the past, I had to access one application and then leave that application to go to another application of a financial institution. But nowadays, with only one single application, I can have access to all my assets, and I can also do all the transactions in that one single application. So my data and open banking, with their implementation, they've indeed made a lot of services available, increasing convenience of the consumers. And as for fintech firms or fintech companies, they could also provide unique differentiated services. Let's look at some of the achievements of open banking. So, about 127 institutions, including banks, fintech companies, securities, and card companies, are using it. Subscribers reach 45 million. So, we see that there is a growing development of open banking services. So one major example is one-stop banking, but there is domestic bookkeeping management and also easy payment and Dutch payment services that are being developed. So we believe that there will be many interesting new business models that will be available to the market. Now, from now on, I would like to focus my presentation on the future plans. So amidst the rapidly changing financial environment that I just talked about. So fintech and financial firms are actually collaborating on the payment network, and at the same time, they are competing soundly. So we try to create that kind of environment for these players. And during the opening ceremony in the morning, somebody said that finance is subject to regulations, and regulations are there for a reason, to protect consumers and to promote soundness of the financial sector. But deregulation, therefore, is not simple. However, if you look at the policies led by the government, we are going to base ourselves on these policies to further improve the regulatory environment. So we try to improve the effectiveness of financial regulatory sandbox, and we are trying to promote and gain credibility using AI in the finance sector, improve cloud and network separation regulations, and expand open banking service and strengthen security and prepare regulatory system for digital assets. So let me elaborate on one by one. Regarding the improving the effectiveness of financial regulatory sandbox, as I said before, it is indeed driving innovation in the finance sector. But recently, there has been a decrease in the number of innovative financial service designation. But that is not only the case of Korea. If you look at the UK, Australia, or other countries with the same policy, we see a decreasing number of designation. So there is a burst of demand in the past, but the demand has sort of dwindled these days. That could be the reason. Even though there may be areas that lack a demand, we believe that there could be some institutional improvements made. That is why we are continuing to identify the areas for improvement. For example, we have to actually make sure that the screening system is improved and enhanced. So we actually set up a private committee, a chairman position.
And as Chairman Kim said in his welcoming remarks, we will create a group of experts and make sure that they support some specific business from the beginning to the end, and also clarifying what consumer convenience is very important because it serves as a key ground for regulatory exceptions. Now, there have been many requests with regards to the safety of the institutions as well as predictability. So, for example, we want to alleviate uncertainties coming from maturity. So, exceptions are applied for a period of 2 to 3 years, but companies are curious as to what will happen after that exception measure is terminated. So, we want to determine and notify the process after termination of regulatory exception in advance to allow the market to make preparations sufficiently and build a prior response system against risk of business suspension. And we also have to reform the support system. So we would introduce what we call a supervisor designation system, where these group of experts or supervisors would be in charge of providing related services to some businesses. And we would provide a platform that supports constant data analysis so as to help companies test the feasibility of their ideas. And we would also have to invigorate the use of AI in the financial sector and secure credibility in terms of using AI. Financial circumstances and environment is changing, and therefore AI is very important. Some people say, and data is very important as well. And people say that data is like oil in the financial sector. There's no doubt about that. In terms of my data and open banking, they're all related to this issue of data. And innovation in the production of the financial sector is possible only when we can collect quality data. So we will make related efforts to that end. So for example, we will create an AI data library, use of data through regulatory sandbox. And securing data involves a lot of money, so we are seeking to create a joint big data among the players in the financial sector so as to secure quality data. And of course, we will have to reorganize the related systems and institutions. We do have a related guideline in place already, but we want to clarify that guideline and simplify it more and also rationalize the existing regulations as well. So as I said before, we do have a guideline available, but in order to apply AI in practice, that still remains unclear, even with the guideline. So there are these 5 major services like credit assessment and credit review, robot advisor, chatbot, customized recommendation, and abnormal transaction detection. And for these 5 major services, we will provide guidelines for using AI, using related cases and best practices. And to create an environment where AI is trusted, we will create a financial AI testbed and also create an AI-based credit rating model verification system, financial sector AI security verification system, and also create an effective monitoring system using AI. So we will take various measures to build an environment where people can have confidence in terms of using AI, and our measures will be done in a comprehensive manner. And for fintech companies, we want them to make sure that they face no trouble in terms of their development activities. So we are thinking about improving cloud and network separation regulations. So today, the regulations are that the cloud usage is allowed depending on the level of significance of a certain task. But there are some processes that are redundant or very similar, so we would modify them. And also, because the cloud service providers have also undergone change in terms of their forms, we are trying to reorganize and reform the related regulations as well. And the FSI would be in charge of the evaluation of CSP, and financial companies can make use of those evaluation outcomes. Now, with regards to network separation, we will apply exceptions in case it is related to the development server or test server, or when a certain task is irrelevant from customer or financial transaction information. So we'll try to raise convenience for users, and we will push forward a phased alleviation of network separation regulations going forward. Now, going into open banking, we will expand the scope of companies that can participate in open banking. And also security is very important, so we will strengthen security. With regards to expanding the scope of companies that can participate in open banking, we will include insurance companies and hire purchase financial companies in December this year. And with regards to security issues, let's say that someone signs up for a zero contact open banking, then that person would be limited to remitting funds for 3 days. And now going into the digital asset market. So we've been trying to provide regulatory system that fits the situation of Korea, benchmarking other cases in overseas. And as part of that effort, we've launched the Digital Asset Private-Public Joint Task Force, and we're pushing forward to legislate the Basic Act on Digital Asset. And through this task force, we're trying to deal with various issues in cooperation with related institutions like the Ministry of Law and so forth. That concludes my presentation. I've just talked about the policies that we've implemented so far and our future plans going forward. We do need a comprehensive approach. AI and data collection, as well as easing regulations on cloud usage and network separation are all required for fintech companies to demonstrate and realize their innovative ideas. And that also includes solidifying or enhancing our regulatory sandbox scheme. So we will take this comprehensive approach to help fintech companies to not lose their innovative ideas, but to commercialize them as much as possible. That's the kind of policy environment we're thinking about. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Lee. Thank you so much for your detailed explanation. Finance in the digital era was part of your presentation. You also talked about the policies that have been implemented so far, as well as visions going forward. I think we can definitely look forward to the advancement of the fintech industry. Now, this is the hearing about Fintech Policy 2022 of the Korea Fintech Week 2022. We have audiences online as well. And I know that all of you have been waiting for this very moment. Now, we're going to invite a panel of experts in the areas of policy, supervisory, support, and investment, and have a Q&A session. Through our official website, we actually collected questions in advance. You are able to leave your own questions and comments with regards to fintech prior to this event. And thank you for your participation. So let's address those questions and comments at this time. And we received many similar and overlapping questions, so we took those questions all together and divided them into different categories. Now it looks like the stage is all set, so let's invite the panels onto the stage.
네. 네, 김영태 디지털 금융혁신국장.
Mr. Kim Yong-tae, Director General of Digital Finance Innovation Department and Financial Supervisory Service, and Mr. Lee Dong-hyuk, our presenter, Mr. Hwang In-do, Head of Business Planning Division at Fintech Center Korea, and Mr. No Hae-sung, of Head of Innovative Investment Department at K Growth. So we've once again categorized our questions. I'm going to ask those questions and the panels will answer them. Now allow me to introduce them to you one by one. Mr. Lee Dong-hyuk from the FSC, who was our presenter, will address policy questions. And for our supervisory and regulation question, Mr. Kim Yong-tae from the Financial Supervisory Service will answer them. Now we also have Mr. Hwang In-do from the Fintech Center Korea, who is supporting fintech businesses. And for growth, we need innovation. Mr. No Hae-sung, Head of Innovative Investment Department at K Growth, is here joining us. We do have limited time, so let's go into the first question related to policy.
제가
I'm going to read out to you the question. First question about policy. With strengthened law enforcement regarding consent to collect personal information, use of big data has become more difficult, which is restraining proposal of new business model. Is there any policy alternative or support to address this? So in 2022, Credit Information Act was revised and we adopted the concept of pseudonym information. So we have actually defined the scope of using and providing pseudonym information. So we managed to address the uncertainties of data use, but to prepare measures for post-control and safety measures, for example, preventing re-identification of pseudonym information and also separate management of additional information, we have made supplementary measures. But I think that regarding this question, the person said that there is an increase or strengthened law enforcement regarding consent to collect personal information. But actually, there has not been change in the contents regarding this item or matter in the Credit Information Act. So if you have additional questions, maybe we can respond to address that. And if you can actually share with us more specific aspects about your question, we'll be able to share with you some specific information, taking into consideration the policies that have been implemented to date. And we did have a lot of public hearings with the fintech companies, and just yesterday, actually at FSC, as part of our meeting, actually we had a meeting with the fintech firms to listen to their voices. So we will continue to organize these types of meetings going forward to address your requirements and concerns. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that answer. Now next is a question about supervision.
네, 감독 관련한 질문은요. 자, 감독.
Now, from the viewpoint of the supervisory authority, do you witness any major changes in fintech trends recently? If so, how will the FSS change accordingly? Mr. Kim, can you answer that? Hello, my name is Kim Yong-tae from FSS. Yes, the fintech trends are changing very much. So payment and remittances companies have entered the fintech area back in 2013, and the FSS has responded to those changes. And 8 years have passed, and today, like intermediary services of these products or insurtech and shorttech, all these new trends have come into place, and robot advisors and AI data companies are now growing. Those are some of the biggest trends. From my personal point of view, When it comes to the digitalization of fintech, automation and zero contact are the two key words. And the growth of fintech will be spurred based on those two key words. Not just the FSS, but international organizations like BIS are paying attention to the following. Not legacy financial companies, but these so-called big tech companies. They're called gapao, right? Or we call it Mekator here in Korea. But these big tech companies actually occupy more than 10% of the share in terms of sales in the financial sector. And so, you know the fintech DNA, right? Data, network, and activities. And through the DNA, these big tech companies are coming into the financial sector. So the financial authorities and the supervisory authorities like us especially would have to respond to this matter. So we're listening to the voices of the players and we're making necessary preparations. And when it comes to reducing the cost of intermediation and production, these big tech companies are actually playing a positive part, so that's good. Now, not so long ago, big tech companies conducted what is called a customized ad service online, and we decided that these are not an ad activity, but a mediation activity. So we asked them to suspend the service, and we're trying to discuss what to do going forward. So these are some of the changes that the FSS is going through. So FSC and FSS together are working to tackle these issues by using regulatory sandbox, for example, and we're also trying to come up with some mid to long-term policies as well. Thank you very much for the answer.
으로 넘어가.
Next question is about investment. So have there been changes in investment policy of financial institutions with regards to the Online Investment Linked Financial Business Law, or OILFBL? So I would refer to it as OFBL. I think that there is a lot of opinion about the OFBL in the market. And we at K Growth is an investment company, so we want to focus my remarks on the investment. So overall in the market, investment reviews have been conducted mainly on companies that meet the purpose of the OFBL and the direction of policies, such as activating mid-interest loans. And I think there is not much change in terms of the direction. So it's been 3 years since the system was implemented, and investment in personal credit loans and real estate loans has been somewhat active in the market, and the market has been formed around leading companies. So the Fintech Innovation Fund, which is operated by us, K Growth, is more interested actually in creative and innovative businesses that can help the real economy, such as supporting the liquidity of SMEs. And we have actually invested indeed in P2P companies that provide account receivables liquidity and car payment pre-settlement services. And not only that, the individual financial institutions may be in a different position. So individual financial institutions will be able to selectively cooperate with various online investment financial businesses in the areas of personal loans, real estate loans, and supply chain loans for strategic synergy with existing businesses. Thank you very much.
Now, the last category, a question about support. Mr. Hwang, I think you could answer this. What is the most necessary for fintech to grow? What are the future growth prospects? So from the viewpoint of fintech companies, compared to existing financial services, the speed at which people are using this or the cost that goes into using these services are much more innovative. So the consumers are very much and it's very important that you identify services that can satisfy customers. And fintech actually belongs to the financial industry. So, and we said that financial industries is a regulation industry. So I think government's regulatory policies, as well as policies to support fintechs, are very important. We would have to consider those two. So, for example, it would be important to follow the government's policy stance regarding digital finance, regulatory sandboxes, platform, and so on, and develop the business accordingly. And fintech companies want to grow. And at the beginning, they would use the so-called family money and investments, but they actually are drained very quickly. So we need to invigorate investment, or else the fintech companies will be driven to the death valley. So I hope that fintech companies and their startups would be able to grow even further, and thus we need invigoration of investment. Now, you asked about the growth prospect. Now, looking at the growth outlook as of June 2022, there are 1,168 unicorn companies around the world, and among them, 244 companies are fintech, which accounts for 21%, the largest portion. So we could say that the growth outlook is very bright, even for Korea, but we could divide the fintech sector into B2C and B2B. And when comparing those two, the B2C financial services actually face more competition. So B2B companies who serve general companies and financial companies by developing related technologies are probably going to grow further in a relative sense. I see. So the growth of B2B will be higher than B2C.
Now, coming back to the questions regarding policy, I would like to ask two questions. So related to the trial operation of online platform financial product brokerage, so instead of going for a comparison and recommendation of insurance products on the platform, is it possible to have a service model that connects operators after analyzing the products held by existing customers? And the second question is, when comparing recommending insurance products on the platform and then connecting with operators, is it possible to connect to GA right away and not to the insurance operator? So recently, there was the second meeting of financial regulatory innovation and FSC, and it was regarding supporting the insurance operators in terms of their platform business, and also to handle the insurance products on the platform. And there were a regulatory meeting regarding this topic. So I think that question is related with that topic. But not only for insurance, but it also goes the same for all the products that are sold. Actually, when you're selling a financial product, it's good if it's sold well, but we say it's really an unstable sale, meaning that sometimes they fail to explain thoroughly about the product itself and thoroughly inform the customer about the risk that such financial products hold. So if that happens, then from the consumer's perspective, they might be impacted, and they might have impact from negative impact. And as for insurance, half of that is there are lots of complaints about the consumers about not being informed thoroughly about their product before the insurance product was sold. So of course, a lot of people may think that, or the fintech companies may think that there are so many regulations on fintech companies, but we have to really delve deeper into each and every regulation and make regulations as specific as possible. So when a platform actually handles insurance products, to what extent can the platform handle these products is an important thing, because platform is a contact-free mechanism. So that's where the problem statement comes from and the issue arises from. So I think that in the question it said, there was a mention about connecting operators after analyzing products held by existing customers, but that is very difficult to determine because, of course, analyzing the products of existing customers, if you want to do that, you can actually do that based on the insurance sign-up information. That could be possible. And there are lots of services that are free of charge. For example, if you key in your personal information, then you can have an analysis about your insurance products. So analysis is one thing, but connecting to the operators and what is that relationship with the sales, that is the question. So to what extent should we intervene? That is not really certain from the question that's asked. So I cannot give you a clear answer. But when you sell a product, for example, we can pay fees based on the sales outcome. There are lots of things to consider. So the model of connecting to the operators, I think that this issue needs more information about the specific model that you are considering and thinking about. And after recommending and comparing, we have to connect to operators. Of course, we can connect you to connect consumers to the insurance operators. We can identify good insurance products and make recommendations. But is it possible to connect to GAs? That's the gist of the question. And as I mentioned earlier on, after the regulatory innovation meeting, we are thinking internally, but also together with the fintech firms and also the insurance operators as to how to better improve this measure. And I think that regarding this matter, we will be able to get back to you with our review results. I believe that it was not such a clear answer, and I'd like to apologize for that. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Now let's go into supervision. So that would be FSS. Financial services are rapidly moving to the mobile environment. What problems are arising as a result, and what are the ways to minimize them? Okay, I will give you my answer. Smartphone penetration is the highest in Korea among all other countries in the world. So in other words, we have the most number of people with mobile phones. Second is Israel. And after everything has moved into the mobile channel, yes, we've seen many problems arising, and we expect that in the future, these financial services are going to move to metaverse. And therefore, we're going to see increase in zero-contact transaction. And if we look at the number of customers signing up for mobile banking and so on, the numbers are really astounding. But the thing is, what makes this mobile transaction very difficult is that the information of financial products is limited, so there's a high chance of mis-selling. In the Financial Consumer Protection Act, there are provisions related to customer product fit and explanation of the product itself, but these provisions were created with face-to-face channel in mind. So it's very difficult to implement them through these zero-contact channels, and that's our concern. That's what we're trying to work on. And the elderly population face difficulties in using mobile phones and mobile services. And you do know that the zero-contact transaction actually have lower intermediary fee than face-to-face channels. So while young people can make use of this benefit, the elderly are not able to do so. So financial services are now less accessible for the information poor. The number of offline stores of existing financial companies are decreasing rapidly. An industry officer once told me that significant customers of his bank no longer visit offline stores. The number of customers that visit offline stores are single digit. So this would inevitably lead to so-called digital alienation because there is less accessibility for the elderly with a decrease in the number of offline stores. Even though they go to these stores, they're going to have to wait for many hours. So this is something that the FSS needs to solve going forward. So creating a, for example, guide to explain mobile financial products is something that is under research at FSS. And with regards to information consent of providing private information, that is done on mobile platform these days as well. But I think we still need to make improvements on that. I need to make sure what is it that I actually agree to. So I think an innovative UI is needed to this end. And this is something that we have to do together with the industry players. So if you access access a website, maybe the UI would be more intuitive. And we would also have to raise digital literacy for the information poor to raise their accessibility to digital finance. And once financial services go into the metaverse world, the user interface is connected via text and what is typed onto the computer, but metaverse's interface actually involves human behavior, like speech-to-text technology is available, and the detection of iris is also possible in the metaverse world. So authentication methods are very diverse and different in the metaverse world, which means that there will be greater accessibility to the information poor. So companies are working to advance the metaverse world to incorporate the financial sector, and FSS will try to ease and review many related regulations to make this possible. Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful comment and your opinion.
Now moving on to the next question is about investment. What are the investments-related support policies to create a My Data ecosystem for SMEs? So I think that question is very much focused on the incubation and also the promotion of fintech companies. But as I said, we are an investment company, so I'm going to focus my remarks on investments. So as you may well know, there is no dedicated investment fund to support My Data business. But there is the Fintech Innovation Fund established at the end of 2019. We want to invest intensively in companies that are expected to bring about changes and innovation to the financial industry. So we believe that My Data industry is also an area that will bring innovation, and that is why we plan to actively consider investing in companies in this field. And as for fintech startups, in order to attract investment, we need to better protect personal information, as said earlier on, and we need also differentiated services that meet customers' needs, and also the possibility of commercialization. These are the key factors, we believe. And not only that, incentives are also provided to innovative startups like My Data operators and innovative financial operators. So we actually give management the right to buy back a certain investment stake invested by the Fintech Innovation Fund. We believe that this is a very good incentive. We want to further promote this incentive to develop more innovative companies. Thank you.
자, 이제 어느덧 저희가
Thank you. Now it's time for the last question. We're a bit over time, and I think this is because the panels are showing enthusiasm in answering the questions. Now, this is a question about support. Now, this is a question about, do you have any plans to support the growth of fintech by linking them to local governments? So we do have some programs that are conducted by local governments, such as giving rent support. And within our fintech budget, a part of them are allocated to local fintech companies outside of Seoul to support their rent. So we actually give these fintech companies up to 2 million won to support their rent. And we also have programs run by local governments. For example, Gyeonggi Province, with regards to companies that are under the regulatory sandbox, demonstration costs, liability insurance premiums, and consulting services are provided. And of course, the city of Seoul has a fintech lab in Yeouido, and also Busan, together with Busan Bank, opened up a project called U-Space as a workspace for fintech companies. And we provide rent support, labor support, investment support, and acceleration, and so forth. So these are some of the programs that we do to support fintech companies. And together with the Jeonbuk municipality, as well as other municipalities, the center has been conducting seminars. And the Jeonbuk Creative Economy Innovation Center participated in the 2021 Korea Fintech Week online. So Fintech Center Korea going forward will work together with local governments so as to expand the fintech ecosystem in areas outside of Seoul. We will try to foster the growth of local fintech companies and reinforce related support. Thank you very much. So that was it for the Q&A, and I'm afraid that we have to finish this session here today. Now, we didn't get to ask all the questions, but these were questions that were most frequently asked. Due to time constraint, we would have to end the session here. Today, we addressed questions about policy, supervision, investment, and support. And through the answers that were provided, we were able to realize that the government and related institutions are providing unsparing support to invigorate fintech businesses. And we were also able to realize that the public is very interested in fintech. Thank you very much, our four panelists, and to our audiences both online and offline. Now, we kicked off Korea Fintech Week 2022, and we have more in store for you. Starting at 1 a.m., we have a seminar on the fintech cooperation success cases. Please check out other programs through our official website. And that concludes hearing about Fintech Policy 2022. Thank you for being with us. Once again, my name is Kim Kyung-mi.
네, 코리아
Korea Fintech Week 2022. Distinguished guests, thank you for joining us for Success Cases of Fintech. This seminar is hosted by FSC and organized by Fintech Center Korea. We will now begin. Greetings. My name is Park Seon-young and I am the NC for this event.
네, 고맙습니다.
It's very nice to meet you. Now, I can definitely feel a lot of enthusiasm from the exhibition. You can hear the scream from the exhibition hall, right? Such great enthusiasm. Now, it is the first time for 3 years that this event is being held public after COVID-19. And today you're able to have various experiences at the exhibition hall, hold briefing sessions and consulting sessions, and you probably networked with other players in the industry. I believe that we can make a better future when we share information and cooperate. And that's the case for the seminar that we will begin in a short while. So you'll be able to gain many insights through the success cases and growth stories of various fintech companies. You'll be able to look closely into institutions and systems related to fintech innovations and hopefully find solutions to raise your company's competitiveness. We are also joined by online participants. I would like to welcome you all. Korea Fintech Week 2022. This event is being streamlined through its official website as well as the YouTube channel of FSC. We ask for your interest and we ask that you stay with us until the very end. I also see many people who are presented physically for this event. And before we begin in earnest, I'd like to introduce to you the distinguished guests and speakers. When I call out their names, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, Mr. Byun Young-han, Chair of Fintech Center Korea, is joining us. Please give him a big hand. Thank you. Next, Mr. Kwon Hae-won, CEO of Paycom. Mr. Richard Kim, CEO of Paywatch Korea. Mr. Lee Hyung-ju, CEO of Great Health Chain. Mr. Kim Dong-soo, Vice President of Minds Lab. Please take your seat. Mr. Kwak Gi-yoon, CEO of Cross Finance Korea. Welcome. Mr. Kim Kyung-dong, CEO of Allink. Welcome. And Mr. Kim Nam-seok, CEO and founder of Ihe Lifestyle. It's very nice to meet all of you. Thank you for sparing time out of your busy schedules to share your valuable stories. Now, let's first invite Chair Byun Young-han of Fintech Center Korea for his welcoming remarks. Let's invite him up onto the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까?
Greetings. My name is Byun Young-han, Chair of Korea Fintech Center Korea. We've kicked off the Korea Fintech Week 2022, and we are now holding its first seminar, Success Cases of Fintech. It gives me great pleasure to join this meaningful event. We have many fintech companies and its CEOs and others who are here to make presentations. Thank you very much. And I would like to also thank the audiences from various financial companies and fintech companies. Now, the smart devices and their use is increasing globally, and it's leading to the development of AI and other related technologies in the financial sector. So fintech companies that have new ideas and innovative ideas can work together with the industry to make swift responses to these changes. The FCK in October last year, in order to invigorate cooperation between the industry and fintech companies, actually created an alliance between the two so as to match fintech companies to existing financial companies that need their services. And we are making support so that these companies can also join the regulatory sandbox. And in order to provide test environment, we have been pursuing the D-Test project. And this year, we have done some consignment tests by fintech companies to test out ideas that were raised by financial companies. So existing financial companies and fintech companies are able to overcome their limits to actually realize practical cooperation. The fintech companies who are here to present have successfully cooperated with existing financial companies, and I hope that this will serve as an opportunity for us to raise the benefits experienced by our users and consumers and to further the cooperation between the two industry players. Going forward, FCK will make necessary support and listen to the voices of all industry players so that all people who are involved can flourish going forward. Thank you very much.
네.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman. So he has opened today's session with his welcoming remarks. So as Chairman said, the financial companies and fintech companies should cooperate and partner further to drive the financial sector of Korea going forward. And today we'll be hearing success cases of fintech, and through the meetup session in 2020, you would be able to also have a success story of the Ihe lifestyle, which also actually showcased their case during the meetup in Korea FinTech Week 2020. So I would like to once again thank Chairman Pyun from the FinTech Center Korea for his unrelenting support. So how did you pay for your lunch today is the question I want to ask you. I'm sure that all of you had your lunch, and I'm sure you also used your credit cards. So credit cards have become part of our daily lives. And did you know that without using a very heavy payment terminal, we can just use smartphones to pay anytime, anywhere? Do you know there is this kind of solution? So the first success case is a credit card payment service free from hardware terminal. So it was designated as innovative financial services in 2019. It's a success case of Paycock, and CEO Kwon Hae-won will deliver his presentation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 스마트폰
Hello, we are an innovative payment-based fintech company, Paycock, creating a world where smartphones become card payment terminals. So when you use actually our Paycock service, the sellers can also benefit from it as much as the consumers. So there is a must feature for smartphone, that is camera, and there is the NFC function. So how are these features used for payment? Let's have a look at a video.
예, 순서가 조금 바뀌었네요.
I think the order is a little bit changed.
처음 영상은
So the first video is an image of Samsung Pay. So you can actually pay with slight touch, but the credit cards can also be served as a means of payment through touch. So you can actually pay for the services and the products. And if you don't have NFC function, you don't have to worry. So there is a camera AI analysis embedded to your smartphone that allows for payment. And not only that, just like Alipay in China, there is the token QR that you can scan like this, and it's recognized immediately, and you can proceed to payment. So all the videos that you just saw are something that are very familiar to the sellers and not the consumers. But after COVID-19, culture has changed rapidly. Consumers don't want to wait, don't want to meet people, and we want to actually show how our paycock services can be applied to consumers. So you don't need QR code or application to use our service. So we have actually experienced this with the quarantine pass. So you can actually call a number to have your quarantine cleared, and you can also call the store to have your orders made and paid. So we are currently testing this service or providing this service, but in 2015, when Paycock first was established, our service was illegal because in July 2015, according to the new Credit Card Registration Act, we had to read the IC card information first, and to be able to do that, the consumers that did actually not allow transactions with hardware card terminals. But as being designated by Innovative Financial Service, we were given the chance to actually commercialize this service. So in March 2019, our service was designated as an Innovative Financial Service. That was the initial year of this service. So ever since this designation, we collaborated with not only the manufacturers but many other partners. So if you look at the news, we hear that easy payment is very simple, but it's also exposed to a lot of hacking risks. And our Paycock technology actually has a very important core hardware security technology. So after the news of the launch of our service, we were able to actually partner with Fiserv, which is one of the largest payment companies in the world. And together with Fiserv, we have rolled out our service on the global market. Of course, there have been attempts made by other countries to develop our kind of service, but there is no service or solution which allows for payment without a terminal. And of course, throughout the years, we made a lot of preparations to make this service successful. We registered 17 patents, and we also received 6 security authentications for our service. And of course, we have received many awards from the government agencies and ministries. So this service was implemented in a very fun way through this video by FEC. Please have a look. Do you want to provide your personal credit card? No, not at all. Where are we at? I think that we're in a market, so this is where we're going to go. So smartphone app payment system that you can use as a card terminal. So how to register for a credit card terminal. We're going to meet a small business operator or owner to have a talk. Where are we going at? I put the hint on the card. Let's go over there. Okay, what about over here? What about that black banner? I think that's it. Hello, welcome. So we're from the Financial Regulatory Sandbox team. Can we experience the payment today? So I see an ordinary card terminal over there. So you're using smartphone application terminal. Why is that? Is it more convenient? Actually, when we deliver food or products, we always had to carry around very heavy terminals, and they cost a lot of money for rental. So that is why we installed this application for free of charge on our staff's cell phones. Can we have a look at the app? So when you actually pay with NFC, you press the button, you key in the amount, and it says please touch. And if you put the credit card behind your cell phone, it recognizes the card. Can I try it? So can you hold this? I will try. So it will be $200. So please sign. And it's done. So it's very convenient, isn't it? So as you just saw in the video, actually this person from the FSC went to the site for the first time that day and tried that service with no problem. And if you can actually use your cell phones and its simple features, you can easily use our service. And we also have a booth out there for you to experience. And this service can be tested at the booth. So I look forward to your visit to our booth. Thank you very much. Yes, so that was the first success case by CEO Kwon Hye-won. Over 17,000 users, including small business owners and Hyundai Mobis, are already using Paycog's payment service or system. And he also mentioned that Paycog is partnered with KFTC, Hyundai Mobis, and will partner with Samsung Electronics and Atomy. So I think that your service is very, very convenient, as I could discover in the video. I look forward to Paycog's more innovations, boosting business and user convenience going forward.
Now let's take a look at the second case. Now you can get paid in advance as much as you work when you want, and the rest are paid on the payday. This service was designated as Innovative Financial Service in 2019. The presenter is Mr. Kim Hee-jun, CEO of Paywatch Korea. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Hello.
저희
I'm from Paywatch. And let me share with you our mission statement. In English, that's helping today's young employees achieve financial independence tomorrow. So you can see that that's our mission statement. So young employees do not have bad credit, but they have no credit, as a matter of fact. So by instilling good habit to them, we want them to grow into the middle class in the future. And to that end, we are providing various financial services. And what was really important to realize our mission statement is that we have to actually make sure that these young people can get a quote-unquote loan when they need money urgently. So Korea And people in the country use credit cards very frequently. In fact, people have about 4 to 5 credit cards on average, but that's not the case for young employees. It's very difficult for them to issue credit cards and to get loans when they want because they have no credit. They're just young employees. And while preparing for this business, we found that there are some similar cases overseas. And they use the term earned wage access, or EWA, where they can receive their payments in advance or salary in advance. So it's about receiving salary in advance, as I told you earlier. Now, I have experience of working at a credit card company, and I've developed this idea, and it was actually based on the request of my employees that they actually want to receive their month's salary in advance. But this EWA is not about receiving your entire month's salary in advance, but it's about receiving your salary as much as you worked. Anyway, back in the days, it was quite common, especially in small businesses, that the employees would receive about half of their month's salary in advance. But what about these young people who are working at McDonald's or Starbucks? Can the managers of those stores give them their salary in advance? They don't have the authority to do so. So that's why we came up with this EWA service. So usually the salary date is on the 25th or 28th of that month or the 10th of the next month or so. But let's take a look at this example. It's an example from Malaysia, and there's a girl named Sarah, and her monthly salary is about 2,000 ringgit in Malaysian currency. That's about 600,000 won in Korea. And on the first day of the month before her salary date, Sarah can withdraw about 500 ringgits from her month's salary in advance. And the remaining money will be put into her bank account on salary day. Now, when people retire, of course, they no longer work. So in order to avoid the problem of people receiving the payment in advance and just suddenly quit working, people have to actually clock in and out. And we could provide that service, or the company can actually provide us with that clock in and out data. Usually we do this in the form of open data with large conglomerates. Now, Hana Bank and Hana Card are our clients. And there's also Hong An Bank in Malaysia, who is our client. And Penang Group's Penang Alliance Bank is our customer in Singapore. Now, the key here is that there's no interest in the loan taken out. And it took us a very long time to persuade the banks to not to collect interest for this particular service or system. To date, rather than the mass segment or the middle class, a no interest policy was targeted towards some key segments or significant segment. But now banks feel the need to expand their horizon, to break away from their status quo. So rather than creating new customers by conducting marketing activities, we told them that they could engage in this service to attract new customers. So we accomplished this together with our clients in 3 countries that I mentioned, and also plus the Philippines. Now, is this sustainable? That's the question. Usually small platform companies procure cost to provide that advance payment. And in that case, venture companies come and provide a loan with very high interest rate of 7 to 8%, and that payment actually streams down to the end users. So that's not about helping young employees. In order to help young employees, first-tier banks would have to provide access to these young employees. We cannot use the credit of these young employees as a basis, but we can use the credit level of the companies that these young people are working for. It's not really the matter of receiving the interest or not, but it's really about being able to get back the money that they have put into the virtual accounts later. So to the end users, we would appeal to them by saying that there's no interest rate applied. So these young employees are very resistant to the idea of having to pay interest. But the thing is, and also, if you want to take out a loan from an existing bank, for example, that takes a very long time. That's why services like TOS has flourished here in Korea. And also together with the credit card companies, we provide this service, and we persuaded with this logic. If people can pay up until the given date, then there's no revolving interest rate, right? So you can apply the same logic to this service. And whether it be separate wire or whether the companies actually wire the money directly, we reduce the risk. So this actually works as an alternative to people who do not have credit cards. And we believe that this service is really essential for not only Korea, but especially Southeast Asian countries. So we were designated as an innovative financial service in 2019. And also, there was a competition for regarding services for gig workers, and we won that competition. So that's why we entered into the Malaysian market and launched our product in June. So we're working with various banks, as I told you earlier. And we have entered 4 countries to date. We have about 40 employees, but it's very difficult to find IT personnel in Korea only. But we were able to secure those people in Malaysia. And the total labor force in these all 4 countries is about 366.3 million. So that's a lot of people. Now in Malaysia, there is 15.1 million labor force, but only 8.9 of them have credit cards issued. Now, for Philippines, they have 44.7 million working population, but only 4 million have credit card issued, which is less than 5%. So it's a market with great potential. Now, we started out with food and beverage businesses here in Korea, like Outback, TGI Friday, and Pizza Alvolo, and so on. So those are our clients. As for overseas, our clients include KFC, Pizza Hut, and large supermarkets and hotels like Shangri-La. And we will launch our service in Hong Kong going forward. And there is a Jardine Group, which is the biggest retail group in Hong Kong that owns 7-Eleven and IKEA and so on. Now, what's really interesting is that if you create multinational customers in a single country, these companies usually have already ventured out to 6 to 7 countries of their own. So that actually produces a great synergy effect for us. So now going beyond just EWA, we want to provide micro insurance and a savings product and micro investment products as well. We wanted our team to be international from the very beginning, so we have people from Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and others. That's what sets us really apart from other fintech companies, and that was the key to our success. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. That was Mr. Kim Hee-jun, CEO of Paywatch Korea. We heard that Paywatch Korea's EWA service received about 3.5 billion won in investment, and that you're collaborating with many companies overseas. And I could definitely tell that you made a lot of efforts to persuade those companies, which of course yielded in good results that you are enjoying today. So thank you for sharing that experience. I hope this will set a good precedent for many fintech companies that want to enter the global market. I will also cheer Paywatch Korea on while you're being recognized in the global arena. Now, next to the third presentation.
So the presentation will be by CEO Lee Hyung-ju of Great Health Chain. So designated as innovative financial service in 2022, Great Health Chain, using health grading services and partnering with ABL Life Insurance, jointly developed health enhancement-based product and system. So we look forward to Mr. Lee's presentation, and please give him a big hand. Hello, we connect health and finance. We are Great Health Chain, and I'm the CEO of the company, Lee Hyung-ju. So I think that InsurTech is not very much featured today in this session, but that will be the focus of my presentation. We are founded in May 2019, and I used to work in an insurance company for 20 years. I quit the company, and with a few colleagues of mine, we founded Great Health Chain. And since I have an experience in the insurance industry, in order to actually collaborate with insurance, I had a vested knowledge in that. So that is why it was actually possible to file for all the necessary requirements for the FSC and to have our service designated as innovative financial service. So what kind of market are we targeting is an important question. So a lot of financial companies are looking towards the health of individuals. So there are lots of different products, like the more you walk, you get your insurance premium reduced and so forth. But does the financial sector have a good understanding of individual health? That's another question, because you tell them to walk, consumers to walk, and if you walk more, you get 5% off your insurance premium, and sometimes there is an analysis for your health age, and if you're healthier in terms of age, then you will get additional benefits. But all of these services are considered as gamification. Actually, there has not been a very accurate way of determining all of this to be included in the financial products. So I think I have to explain about the concept health grading. So it's actually from level 1 to level 9, like credit rating. So if you're closer to grade 1, that means you're healthier. And the average would be grade 5. So if you look at the bottom, there's a question like, how healthy am I this month, for example? And you can know about your health status through this health grading system or health score. I said that we are a team of insurance experts and finance experts as well. We also partner with hospitals and universities to do a joint study, and we also publish papers in different societies and journals in Korea. So our health grading is very much validated. So what is the difference between all of these our service with existing service? So the your health grade changes every month. As for the health age, it is very much based on your medical records of health checkups. So if you do, health checkups every 2 years, you'll be updated every 2 years. But as for the health grade or your health score, you can have an update every month. And what's very intuitive of our service is that we have a grading system from 1 to 9. And It is based on one health grade system or indicator that you can determine everything, and it will be very convenient for consumers to have an accurate knowledge of their health status.
사실 여기까지 말씀드렸을 때는 그러면 이게 무슨 핀테크 기업이냐, 뭐
Then you may ask us,
기업이냐
you're a healthcare company, not a fintech company.
실제로 이
But
건강 등급이라는 것들이
when it comes to health grades or health grading, there's a
연결이
lots
되는
of like connecting points
실제로 건강한
of this service with insurance companies and fintech companies. If you're healthier, then you should be able to pay, lower premium, and we believe that it is appropriate for consumers to pay for the insurance premium status according to their health status. And if you look on the right,
디폴트, 즉 부도받을 확률이 적어진다는
according to our analysis, if you're healthier, then you are less likely to file for bankruptcy.
적절한 건강에 맞는 보험료를 내는 상품.
So our service will be very useful to develop insurance products that befit your health status, and we can also develop financial products to lower interest rates for loans, for example, for healthy people. So if you look on the right, there is the health accident occurrence rate, and you can see that if your health grade is higher, that means you have lower risk of getting into health accidents. So starting with this health grading system, in December 2020, we worked with ABL Life Insurance to develop an insurance product. And last year with Hana Property Insurance, we actually developed together an insurance product where you can get up to 50% lower insurance premium. If you pay $100, you pay $50. But actually, if you look on the long run, 50% means you can get a discount up to $12 million. So it was a hit product. And not only that, 8 more insurance companies are working with us to study different pricing strategies to come up with different insurance products. So I think that this slide is a very important slide in my presentation today. On December 23, 2020, we were designated as an innovative financial service. And as I said, there are insurance products that give you a lower premium if you're healthy, and that'll be beneficial for new subscribers. But of course, in Korea, there are lots of people who already have an insurance. So if you're already insured, and no matter how healthy you become, you cannot give discounts because the design was already there when you signed up for it. So after we got designated as a financial innovative service, what we wanted to do was if you see an improvement in your health and if you let the insurer know about that improvement, then that improvement can be reflected in your existing insurance product so that you can get additional discount. But from the insurer's perspective, you may think that they don't have any additional financial benefit. But of course, from the insurer's perspective, they can see their loss rate getting improved, and they can also improve the retention rate in the long run, and they can also benefit from different marketing benefits. And there are lots of additional information that they can receive. For example, information about the subscriber's health status. So they can actually develop a cohort database to do their internal risk analysis. In February 2022, ABL Product worked with us to launch a new our service-based products. And for 45 days, we did a test trial of giving 5% premium discount. And 8.3% of our app subscribers benefited from this premium discount. The discount period was a little bit short, and the discount rate was not very high. But in the future, we will expand this area to have a longer trial period for a higher discount rate. After we were designated as an innovative financial service, up until 2020, we only had one partnership, But now we have met with 48 insurance companies, and we are currently discussing partnership with about 20 insurance companies. So the underwriting and the claim and the health, as well as the innovative financial services, will be included in the scope of our business so that we can further develop our partnership model.
마지막으로 광고
Last but not least, I would like to talk about our advertisement service. As mentioned, the health grade will be calculated by our application called Log. If you search for the word Log on the App Store and Google Store, you will find our service. We haven't actually promoted this application yet, and yet about 2,005 people are subscribing to our application. The reason for that is our financial partners, before selling their financial products, tell or inform the consumers to install our application so that they can benefit from the discounts. So the first line marketers for our applications are financial salesmen at financial institutions. With that, I would like to wrap up my presentation. And there is one thing I would like to note. I don't know if you're interested in InsurTech, but partnership with financial institutions can be actually done through the designation of financial services or through authorized agents. So all of these actually triggers the development of partners. So if you get your service designated as an innovative financial service, it'll be very useful for you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So that was CEO Lee Hyun-ju of Great Health Chain, who shared with us the third success case of fintech. As you saw in the presentation, in a span of just a few years, he has successfully signed partnerships with many financial institutions. So I think that he will continue to leave good precedents for such successful partnerships. And he also mentioned about the institutional support that is a must in further promoting partnership with financial companies. Now let's move on to the next presentation.
여러분
Have you heard of the designated agent program? Designated agent program is a program in which a financial company entrusts a fintech company to test run some innovative financial services. Now, MindSlab was selected as a designated agent in 2019. In the presentation, MindSlab will share with us the technology that it developed, the growth of AI human platform, and also a case in which it collaborated with Hyundai Marine and Fire Insurance. The presentation will be given by Mr. Kim Dong-soo, CEO of MindSlab. Please welcome him with a big hand. Hello. So, in March 2019, we were selected as a designated agent, and I'd like to share with you our experience related to that. So this is the model that allowed us to become the designated agent. Now, when people sign up for certain insurance products, they would pay their premium, and once they cancel the contract, they would have some money refunded. And in the process of the insurance policy loan appraisal, we can use the voice of AI voice bot. So, insurance policy loan appraisal. The premise to that is there is a secure fund, and that this fund would be remitted or deposited into the banking account of the customers. But according to the law, this requires the people at the insurance business to get its employees involved. That is the law. So usually people would call the customer service, and the agents would do the entire process, but we actually create a service in which AI voice bot would partially overtake this service for the customer center agent. Now, usually the amount that was allowed to be processed was maximum 5 million won because this was once again a pilot project. It was a test run.
어떻게 해야지?
초록색 누르시면
아, 요걸.
Now, what is AI voice bot? Just a minute, please. Okay, I'll just skip that. Oh, there we go. Now, when there's a phone call, the AI would recognize the voice of the customers and would act like the CS agent. When that is done on an NG call ticket, and the dialogue script would have to be provided to the agent when the agent has to take the call in the middle, and we do have the function for that. And at the beginning, we were concerned about this thing that while customer is talking to the AI, perhaps they would feel uncomfortable talking to a robot voice, but this TTS provides not robotic voice, but voice that is very similar to human beings. And therefore, this service began to be accepted by the larger public. Now, this is how we apply our technology to the CS Center. And at the point of contact with the customer, the AI would take over. So you see that chatbot at the very bottom, and you're very familiar with the chatbot, but let's look at the top where there's a voice bot. The voice bot is the one that takes the call, actual phone call. So with this scheme, we have conducted our development efforts back in 2010, and we completed the development in 2018, and we wanted to supply this service to the financial sectors. But because the technology itself was not verified or validated, that wasn't the case. And so we were, back in 2019, designated as agent program by Hyundai Marine and Fire Insurance, and that's how we made entry into the financial industry. So while running this business for the past 3 years, we expanded the scope of our service to sales integrity monitoring service as well. And we've also provided a service called preemptory notice of payment, where it processes the announcement of loss of the insurance coverage from 2 to 3 times, 2 months or 3 months overview. So that's how we are expanding the scope of our business. And we not only serve Hyundai, but also Hanwha, Hana, and others insurance companies. And since last year, these kind of services have been largely applied to the financial sector. Now let's take a look at Mindset specifically. So we received up until Series C investment, and we were listed on KOSDAQ last year. And our business valuation was largely supported by this AI voice bot. Now, these AI voice bots talk to customers via phone call, which could have its own limitations. So we decided to take this further and create an AI human who can actually talk to people face to face. They behave like human beings. They move their mouth very naturally as if a human being is speaking, and they can understand the emotions of the customers and quickly catch what customers want to respond flexibly. And they look at customers' actions and facial expressions and make appropriate responses. I do have a video for you. So let's see how we use AI voice bot.
가입하신 보험 중에 보험료 납입에 대해 안내해드릴 내용이 있어 전화드렸습니다. 정태림 고객님 맞으세요? 해당 안내는 개인정보보호 관련 법령에 따라 고객님의 동의가 있어야 진행 가능합니다. 본인 확인을 위해 고객님의 생년월일을 말씀해 주시겠습니까?
네, 이게 지금 고객이 하는 얘기가 나오지.
So for some reason, the voice of the customer who is responding to the AI bot is not coming out. But anyway.
네, 다시 설명드리겠습니다. 고객님의 보험 계약 중에 종합권 담보와 몰락액 보험 13만 5천 원의 보험 계약이 2021년 12월부터 납입되지 않았습니다.
오늘 날씨 좀 알려주세요.
네, 좀 동영상이 매끄럽지.
Sorry for that technical difficulties regarding the video. The last video was about AI human who can work at kiosks or digital desk. So through 200 digital desks, we allow customers to fulfill any kind of activities that they want to do through this AI human. And we have been working on this technology to date, and in that process, we have discovered our mission. Among all things that human beings need to do, there are some things that are very idle and repetitive, which are necessary but people don't want to do. So AI can do that for human beings so that human beings can focus their own resources into doing something that is more sophisticated and requires more expertise. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. That was Mr. Kim Dong-soo, CEO of MindZap. MindZap introduced AI humans in various fields and combined them with various devices. We look forward to seeing MindZap grow together with its AI platform and sophisticated technology going forward. Now you are joining us for Korea FinTech Week 2022. This is a success case of FinTech seminar. Thank you for watching.
Next will be Cross Finance Korea, and CEO Kwak Ki-eung will share his company's success case. So Cross Finance Korea and Samsung Card have partnered together. Let's listen to his presentation. Please give him a big round of applause. Hello, I am Kwak Ki-eun, CEO of Cross Finance Korea. So today I'm going to talk about the partnership between Cross and Samsung Card in terms of innovative financial service.
앞에 이건 크로스 파이낸스.
Cross Finance Korea is specialized in providing supply chain financing for SMEs. And we are registered under FSS's P2P Act as a P2P service product provider. We're providing investment banking services to SMEs that used to be excluded by major IBs through technological-based innovations. We actually pursue tech investment banking model, and that is indeed the vision for our company. So started as an in-house startup company of Costcom back in March 2017, Cross Finance Korea has successfully secured Series A in 2018 and pre-Series B round in 2022. And we are officially registered as a P2P lending institute under FSS's P2P Act in July 2021. And I'm very proud to present my case as an innovation financial services designated provider, which was selected back in June 2020. And we provided innovative financial services to Samsung Card from January to December 2021. So especially with our cooperative services provided to Samsung Card, Cross Finance Korea ranked number 2 among fierce competition within P2P lending service firms. And in addition, Cross Finance Korea ranked as the top P2P lending institution in the first half of 2022. And in the supply chain finance market, which is very difficult and challenging, we achieved a loan brokerage performance of 1.1 trillion won on an accumulated basis. We are operating in Korea, but as Paywatch said, there is also an increasing demand for supply chain finance in Southeast Asia. So it is indeed a blue ocean. And having recognized fast growth potential domestically, Cross Finance Korea is expanding to Southeast Asia. We set up a subsidiary in Singapore, and we expect to open up another subsidiary in Vietnam this year, along with future expansion in Indonesia and Malaysia in the years to come.
국내에서 저희가 빠르게 이제 성장할 수 있게 된 배경 중에 하나는
So let me explain to you about the background as to our fast growth in Korea. So as a P2P lending firm specialized in supply chain financing in Korea, we provide financial services to SMEs. So for example, to SMEs taking their invoices, so the credit card receivables, and also there are settlement receivables coming from the online shopping malls, and there are also e-bills for the manufacturing sector. So we actually provide financial services to SMEs as their collateral. And currently, conventional financial institutions were unable to provide such services without extensive documentation preparation and also many frustrating visits to local branches. However, we at Cross Finance Korea are revolutionizing through the creative use of technology to provide financing services to SMEs without hassles. And in addition, we provide short-term and relatively lucrative yet low-risk investment opportunities to our investors. So I would like to now talk about our three key strengths. First, our RPA-based data collection and AI-based credit evaluation processes allow quick credit scoring as short as 30 minutes. Our second strength is with our credit scoring system specialized in evaluating credit worthiness of SMEs, we were able to provide financing services to those SMEs that used to be rejected by conventional financial institutions such as commercial banks and capital companies. So we're currently at version 2.0. We will continue to combine different financial information to develop alternative services. Last but not least, we have such great track record of lending history for the past 3 years without zero default, without any defaults.
21년도에 삼성카드와 저희가 협업 서비스를 제공했는데요. 이 지정 대리는 저희가 갖고 있는
So Cross Finance Korea, together with Samsung Card, in 2021 provided alternative credit scoring and evaluation services for those SMEs with thin credit history. So with our services as a supplementary, Samsung Card was able to provide corporate card services to those SMEs that were previously denied and to extend credit line to the existing corporate cardholders.
이를 통해서 저희가 어떤 정보들을
By doing so, what kind of additional information did we provide? If I elaborate, so Cross Finance Korea provided a credit evaluation services through our advanced alternative credit scoring system. And AACSS, that is based on non-traditional analysis of SMEs transaction records, tax filing records, in addition to conventional financial scoring based on past financial statements. So the transaction, the amount, and also the time, all of these informations are crucial. And also the volume of issuance and also increase and decrease of accounts receivables of credit cards can be used as a very effective information. We provided alternative credit scoring services for over 20 companies per month to enhance evaluation of creditworthiness of these SMEs for Samsung Card. So one of the greatest achievements is that we were able to provide credit evaluation services for those over 140 SMEs that were previously denied for such reasons as short credit history. And secondly, with our early adoption of RPA, we were able to shorten the time to collect all the necessary information and data that took over 60, usually it took over 60 minutes to generate one company's credit information. But after our partnership with Samsung Card and transitioning to RPA, robotic process automation, we were able to shorten the time to 1 minute. Last but not least, our cooperative relationship with Samsung Card allow for gap analysis. This is a very important point. So the authorized agent is not to cover system to system, but human to human is very important. So with the credit team within Samsung Card and our cross-finance credit team, through human-to-human exchange, we conducted a gap analysis and we identified the rooms for improvement of the models of each of our companies to share our know-hows and seek expansion of our partnership. So this was very innovative and it is indeed considered as a best practice. Cross-Finance Korea has successfully been registered as a P2P lending firm under FSS P2P Act, and we will continue to work harder going forward. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. That was Mr. Kwak Ki-young of Cross Finance Korea. So we look forward to the future initiatives of Cross Finance Korea.
Moving on to the next success case. Next is Onlink, which developed a technology that allows touch payment possible even without NFC terminals. Onlink will share the case in which it cooperated with Mira Asset Securities. The presentation will be made by Mr. Kim Kyung-dong, CEO of Onlink. Let's now invite him to the stage. Hello, as introduced, my name is Kim Kyung-dong. I'm from Onlink. So I'm not sure if I'm the right person to be standing here. It's really an honor because all the other companies that have made their presentations are really significant companies in this industry. But let me talk about Onlink and its technology. So we are dedicated to developing Tap Donor, which is an NFC tag-based information transfer solution that enables convenient mobile service with a tap. Now, so you can see that there are various mobile services, and in order to provide the services, information is being transferred to other terminals. So what kind of actions do we take in order to transfer the information in our mobile phones to our terminals? We do various things. Now, I think I can say that we use NFC and MST, which is used in Samsung Pay, and also barcode and QRs to transfer information from the mobile devices. But NFC is only used by Apple on iPhone and MST by Samsung Electronics. So other mobile service providers, regardless of their size or their capital, are only left with barcodes and QR. Let's take a look at Apple. Now, Apple Pay is really all the rage these days. But even Apple's iPhone can only use NFC only for payment. As for its membership service, you can see that it uses barcodes. Now, Samsung Electronics Payment can be made with the touch of a mobile device, but membership rewards have to be earned through a barcode. So this is what we want to improve. When there is a service provider, this service provider should be able to transfer all mobile information to terminals through a single method. That's precisely what our service aims at. So Apple, Samsung, and all global companies have not yet been able to come up with a related solution, and All-Link aims to do that. So we provide a solution that transfers various mobile service information to other terminals. And how can we apply this solution to fintech? Let me tell you about some actual cases. So there are many companies out there, and it's very difficult for large companies and small fintech companies to work together to launch a large-scale service from the very beginning. But what happened with Mirai Asset Security is that it wanted to create what is called Mirai Asset Pay. And we suggested that because there's no NFC-based payment service using iPhone in Korea, we wanted Mirai Asset Pay to be the first one doing that, and we persuaded them, and hence we launched our solution to the market for the first time, even before Apple Pay. In Korea, that is. So as a result, it has been about 6 months since the launch, and we've had 50K outlets on board to date. And these became great references for our overseas entry. It hasn't been 3 years since we were founded, and the fact that we've had 50K outlets on board in just less than 3 years is something that even overseas companies will be impressed with. So that actually served as a great opportunity for us to enter the overseas market. Now, let's take a look at Apple Pay, which is a heatedly debated topic these days. In order to use Apple Pay, you cannot use an NFC-based service. So the financial companies have to go inside Apple Pay and even have to pay a fee. And you also need to install dedicated terminal, which is about 150,000 Korean won. And plus, only international credit cards are accepted. Credit cards that can only be used in Korea cannot be used on Apple Pay. But the specification of Apple Pay is not that of company of Apple. So therefore, only global brand credit cards can be used in Apple Pay. And I believe that this will have a negative impact on the fintech companies here in Korea. So we also took part in the consignment test provided by Fintech Center Korea. So we applied our services to the ATM machines at Sogong TNS and Mirai Asset. So these cash withdrawal services have been reduced in Korea, so this cannot be a great example. But the reason why we did this consignment test is because we wanted to aim for the Southeast Asia market. In Southeast Asia, cash is still being used very frequently. And using the use case here in Korea, we can easily enter Southeast Asia market. And we took part in a consulting program for overseas entry provided by FCK. We are a technology firm, and therefore we have to keep filing for patents. But you know that applying for overseas patent requires a lot of cost. And for the past 3 years, with the help of FCK and its consulting program, we've filed for many patent applications to date. And so For the first time, we were able to launch our service into the Middle Eastern country called Oman. And now we have another model, which is not payment, but a blockchain-based NFT service solution. To use blockchain and NFT, it's very difficult to do that in the offline world. Blockchain today remains in the virtual world. It's kind of like a currency in the virtual world. And you need a certain infrastructure for that. But that infrastructure will be provided by Allink. So with Allink solution, blockchain can go beyond its limits and provide services offline. So this could serve as a reference, but it is a commercialized case. So we cooperated with 7-Eleven and Samsung Electronics to launch this NFT-based services. So these days, if you buy new mobile phones, the mobile phones are already equipped with the NFT, and we provided specific services to these owners of the mobile phones. So together, the blockchain service providers and retail businesses were connected together through our service. Now for 7-Eleven, it was about providing membership, and for Samsung Electronics, we issued specific NFTs to pre-order buyers of Samsung phones, and the NFT holders are provided with various coupons and services. So that's it for my presentation. And fintech, blockchain, and other services in the market would be able to be utilized to transfer mobile information to the offline world, and we will continue making exerted effort to this end. Thank you for listening. So that was the 6th presentation given by Mr. Kim Kyung-dong, CEO of Allink. It's a solution about transferring mobile information to other terminals. So I hope that Allink will flourish in the global arena going forward.
Now let's move on to the last presentation. Have you heard about the furniture subscription service? We are going to listen to the success case of Ihe Lifestyle, which will be given by CEO Kim Man-seok. Please welcome CEO Kim with a big hand. Hello, I am Kim Nam-seok, CEO of Ihe Lifestyle. Today I'm going to talk about something that is less related with fintech, commerce. So at the contact point with a lot of customers, so that the contact points will be the focus of my talk as well. And the partnership that I'm going to talk about today is focusing on the successful launch of the furniture subscription model and how we partner with capital companies as well as card companies. So I am the CEO of Ihe Lifestyle, and we provide 살구, which is a furniture subscription model or service. So this is the vision of Ihe Lifestyle. We're not very much focused on fintech innovation. Our focus is the commerce to make our customers' lives more comfortable, and we are very much focused on furniture and also space and so forth. So in this hall that you're sitting in your home and in your office, what if you can actually use the furnitures that you want within a given period of time? How cool would that be? And what is the services relationship with fintech will also be a point, my talk point. So you have a lot of applications on your cell phone, and by clicking on the icon, you can have access to a wide range of services. So if you click on 살구, the application, you can actually sign up for a monthly or weekly subscription, and you can actually rent the furniture, but it's not just renting because it's subscriptions. So there'll be someone who goes to your house to have the furniture repaired, and there's also you can also be insured in terms of your furniture use. Some people may not like this idea. I just want to, rent the furniture and then return it when I don't use it. That's what many people would think. But I would like to take this opportunity to be a bit more frank. When I first initiated this furniture subscription service, I never imagined that it would be an innovative financial service because it was just about renting the furniture and then returning the furniture after use and so forth. Currently, our service is applied to the DH brand, apartment brand of Hyundai ENC, and it is also applied to one-person rental office cell for SKD&D, and the service is also applied to Hana OneQ mobile app for Hana Bank. But there was one ironic thing that I experienced. Actually, customers, they need a lot of furniture, a lot of props, and they also sometimes want electronic appliances. And just imagine this scenario. There are many different prices for our furnitures, and the most expensive one goes up to like 4 million. And let's also think about the furniture manufacturers or suppliers. And there was a brief mention about the supply channel before. Actually, the furniture companies want to get immediately paid for the furniture that they sell. But our subscription model can go up to 1 month or up to 60 months. So as a CEO of this company, you cannot help but wonder, we have to pay the furnitures for companies right away, but I have to get installment payments from my consumers or the customers in the span of 60 months. So no matter how much I factor in the interest rate and a lot of other factors, and no matter how reasonable I try to be, actually it's very difficult to answer this question. So the subscription model is not an installment service, dividing the product in different terms. It's not also like renting the product and then just having it returned after a certain period. There is a constant interaction with the consumers, and that is the essence of a subscription model. So we did have a lot of challenges along the way. When you imagine about a furniture subscription service, you may think that there would be a wide range of furnitures available. But I also have to think about the financial services that are associated with it, and the consumers. It should be very much transparent for consumers when they subscribe for this service. It should be very convenient. And I will elaborate more on this in the latter part of my presentation. But what was very grateful for me was that we could partner with the Hyundai Maritime, Hyundai Insurance through this Fintech Week. So I'm going to talk about our partnership with Hyundai first. So 99% of you sitting here may not have heard about this furniture subscription model. But in the insurance company sector, also that was a very unique concept as well, because electronic appliances are very common in the insurance sector, but furniture, we don't have like amortization and depreciation for furniture. Let's imagine a sofa that you sit on or lie on every day. So, for example, if you have an issue with your sofa, do you get like regular maintenance? No. But if you have an issue with your cell phone, you go to the or after-sales service center. So that is why it was not an easy concept to apply insurance to furniture. So how would we define the pricing for repair and maintenance, and who is going to provide that repair service? That was not very clear. So actually, the last part of the subscription model, it was the maintenance of the furniture that was really the challenge. And with the Hyundai, actually Marine and Insurance, we provided a furniture-based insurance product for the first time and in the world, as you can see in the image. So furniture subscription insurance, this kind of case is very unprecedented in the world. And Hyundai Marine Fire Insurance also worked very hard to develop reinsurance providers. So we had to actually have an analysis or take stock of the current situation as to the maintenance and the repair status of furnitures. And we also had to prove how much of the furniture we could actually recover. And based on all of that analysis, we developed the furniture subscription-based insurance product. And this product is available on our platform. So for furniture, for electronic appliances, and even for props. So this slide illustrates our business model, especially the partnership model. So there is a supplier on the left, and the customer are platform users. So the platform services. And as I said in my introduction, so this was a very vast subscription service. As I said, suppliers, we couldn't tell the suppliers to wait 1 or 2 months for them to be paid. And the furniture suppliers, they are very small in terms of their size, and they need a very quick turnover. And sometimes there are services that allow you to subscribe directly to suppliers, but in the furniture sector, suppliers want to be paid temporarily at least. So we actually partnered with the capital companies and financial institutions. So based on the contract, through the bonds, we actually made these companies, the financial institutions, to buy our contracts so that we can be able to pay money to the suppliers. And of course, Hana Capital could develop a model in which they could secure a long-term profit. So supplier, once they register for their product, we make sure that the accounts receivables are automatically generated. And the second thing is, I mentioned that it is a furniture subscription. It's not just a rental service. The users can use the furnitures and they can, for a certain period of time, and they can try changing that furniture with another thing and then returning the furniture. And we have to actually repair the furniture to rent it out to others. And there is the insurance problem. For example, you can see a lot of cases where furniture is damaged. Let's imagine your sofa in the living room, because you tend to sit on the same spot in your sofa, You tend to sit on the same spot. And as you continue to sit in the same place or same spot on your sofa, that part may wear down. And once a year, we have to sometimes take the materials, the interior materials of the sofa to clean it out, and also to reshape the sofa so that it'll be very fluffy. But sometimes the customers, pour coffee on their sofa, and their dogs and cats scratch them. So we have to actually repair their sofa so to make it resilient so that it can be subscribed out again. And a lot of insurance companies, they didn't want to do this, meaning that we cannot measure, furniture. There's no criteria to recover it and restore it. But during the Korea Fintech Week 2022, with Hyundai Maritime Insurance and another insurance company told us that, your idea seems interesting. Prove to us that you can do it, and we will think about your idea. So we found a clue to the partnership, and in a span of 1 year, we actually applied the service to the subscription-based platform. I said in the beginning, our subscription model service is a financial model. There should be like the Hana Capital's participation, and the customers could be able to provide could benefit from a lower subscription fees and so forth. So after going through all of these trials and errors, so in terms of account number, we have reached more than 2,000 on an accumulated basis. So this was the kind of partnership that we achieved, and it's bearing a lot of fruit. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to share our case. Thank you. Yes, that was Mr. Kim Nam-seok from Ihe Lifestyle for his last success case of fintech. So I could really feel his big pride in his company through his presentation. And as he said in his presentation, he was able to trigger the partnership with Hyundai Maritime and Insurance through a networking session in Korea Fintech Week 2022. So that was a very good news to hear. And now we're here at Korea Fintech Week 2022. I hope to see more and more partnership cases being developed. So with that, we have now come to the end of today's session. I hope that you found it to be informative. So I hope that through today's session, the fintech companies and the financial companies can partner together to take a new leap forward. And in that sense, I hope that it was an insightful session. So in this rapidly changing world, it is not easy to find our competitiveness and prepare for the future. But in this rapidly changing environment, the services that the customers want should be developed fast, and we need to foster cooperation cases with many fintech companies, as they will serve as opportunities to expand the base of customers and market. We look forward to hearing more wonderful news in the future, and I hope to listen to more success cases of fintech here at Korea Fintech Week. And also the FSC and Fintech Center Korea will continue to support the cooperation and innovation of fintech companies and the growth of these companies. And they will also do their best to address the challenges faced by these companies. So we look forward to your support as well. So from 2:45 p.m., we are going to have a seminar under the theme of Digital Age Finance and Consumer Protection. We look forward to your participation and interest, and I hope that you will have a very meaningful session. Thank you so much for your participation.